Hey, Karma. Hey, Yaya. Hi, yes, sir. Why do you agree with abortion? Because it's bodily autonomy. Hi, NTR. Hey, Shucks. Hey, Chibi. Hey, Caitlin. Eh, I'm showered and wearing clean clothes. Yeah, I saw that, Lois Lane. I saw your comment. Hey, Joel. Thanks, yes, sir. Hey, Ranger. I mean, I suppose that's isn't that what happens in Walmart parking lots? I do have other shirts in here. Hey, J Dot, how you doing today? Hey, Dylan. Hey, Laura. I know you're feeling. I know you're grieving a bit today, but Power and Thrones or Powers and Thrones. Hey, Jimmy. That's it. Yeah, yeah. It's Powers and Thrones. Shucks. Hey, Dandy. You're late, Dandy. Yeah, Powers and Thrones by Dan Jones was the book. Yeah, I get that. J Dot. 3:25 a.m. in Germany. Yeah, you probably should go to bed, Karma. I say that, but I'm always up until like 5 or 6 in the morning. So what do I know? Be careful in the Walmart parking lot. Most murders involve. Yep. Dang grocery store. Good, good. Groceries are important. Yeah, J Dot. Condolences. Hey, Lori. Can't sleep at night. It's so quiet. Yeah. Hey, Trini. That's sort of my feeling, Shucks. I was like, yeah, it was pretty good, Lois. Right at the curls. Just happens whenever I shower, Danny. My hair just naturally curls like this. Olive Garden. Cool. Never going to get security with that. Spaghetti with that security detail. What a terrible night to have a curse. What curse? I don't think I have ever eaten Olive Garden. Hey, Brooke. Fluttershy update. She's still back there. Don't know yet, Karma. Shit, I need to do. I'm just realizing I really need to do groceries. I am completely out of snacks. Popeyes. Ugh. I had chicken drumsticks and rice, cookie jam. Castlevania or Black Dahlia Murder. Never watched either. Dessert. I don't know that I'm ready to do desserts. Shawarma. Hey, Steel. Make me your snack. No souffles. Fettuccine Alfredo and peach tea. Sounds good. Not something I would enjoy, but Hey, Emerald Skies. Is it hot there? Pretty hot. Sprite update? I have no Sprite. Not sure if Chantal likes peach tea. Never had boba tea, but I suspect that I probably would not much enjoy it. Thanks, Chris. No, Jimmy. I have no interest in being a father. Hey, Carl Sagan Sponer. Couldn't tell you, Dandy. How's Chantal? She's okay. Yeah, she's just waiting on something. I don't drink Coca Cola. I find Coca Cola too sweet, so I don't drink Coke. Um, and frankly, I like Crush more than any of them. Any plans for the upcoming week? Nothing I'm aware of. No plans I am aware of. 1 second. Chantal wants my attention. Give me a minute. I'm back. Sorry about that. Uh, Chantal needed me to go get something for at the door. Hey, Jimmy. Yeah, Chantal. Hey, Cherry Blossom. Hey, Spagandi. Net Girls. I don't know what Net Girls is. Caitlin. She's a little bit more high pitched, but kinda. Anyway, Chantal needed me to. Doogie, I just showered. I just got out of the shower like 20 minutes ago. Nah, shucks. I haven't bought comics in like 2 years. Uh, Butler duty. Yeah. Anyway, I shouldn't. Hey, bitchy titties. Been a bit. Been a minute since I saw you. Yeah, Chantel needed me to. Chantel needed my ID so I could accept some weed for her. Hey, Lisa. A weed delivery. I'll let her know, J. Dot. Hey, Sandra D. There's a lot of stairs, Brooke. Not ter- I'm not really out of. She couldn't do it because like she'd ordered it in my name because she's so used to me going to the door. She'd already assumed that I would go to the door for her. So when she placed the order, she did it under my name. So it had to be. So I needed to accept it for her. Yes, weed is legal here. Reaction. I'm not interested in reaction videos. Weed card? No, no card needed. Marijuana is just completely legal in Canada. Hey, Leah. No card needed, no prescription, nothing. It's just, you know, go to the weed store and get some weed. Quit smoking pot 4 days ago and going through awful withdrawal. Yeah. Too much weed in one sentence. Yep. Yeah. Recreational use legal. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, it's legal. Marijuana is just legal in Canada. Or J Dot, I think you may need to rethink that. That really like your response there really not uh not Dandy asked if you were American, or Dandy asked if you were Jewish, and you said you're American, which very strongly implies that you don't think Jews are American. Cocaine is not legal. Coca-Cola is legal, but cocaine is not legal. Is weed a gateway drug? Nah, not really. No, Israelis are Israel. People from Israel are called Israelis. Uh, Jewish is just a religion. I don't think you're a troll, J Dot, but like I said, I think your phrasing on your response to Dandy was really not good. When you said I'd like to visit, I'd like to visit New York City. Favorite food besides meatloaf? I don't know, a lot of them. I mean, to a certain extent, Jimmy, but like Jews live all over the world. You know, there are Jewish people in every country. UK? Yeah, I'd like to get back to Scotland because most of them still identify as Palestinian, even around. That I'm not sure of. Do you mean because of a long history of anti-Semitism, legalizing cocaine and none of it? Cool. I am not Jewish now. My nationality? I'm Canadian. And Janet? No. No ancestry tests. I am not giving my genetic information to a fucking corporation. Hell no. Thanks, Caitlin. Live in Texas. Yeah. Mom's from Scotland, so I'm Scottish. Specific. I mean, there's a bunch of shit in New York. Yeah, I mean, amazing. Yeah, some fantastic museums. Um, you got Broadway. You got pizza places. Same here, Lois. Never been to Texas now. Honestly, not no real interest in Texas. Just isn't really much there that I'd be interested in. Japan. I do want to go to Japan specifically for the Ghibli Museum. I mean, I was born and raised in Canada. Nigeria. I mean, I can't think of anything in Nigeria that would really interest me. Hey, Exa. Hey, Donna. Been raining all day. Hey, Fernando. Yeah, it happens. Romance gaming. What about it? Oh, because my mom's Scottish. I've got family in Scotland. I'm proud of my Scottish heritage. Yeah. Happy birthday to your Uncle Sonny. J. Dot. Had to see the Great Wall of China. It's just a big wall. Good gaming computer for a team. That I don't really know, Scarlett. Your best bet would probably be like just you know go to go to Best Buy or something and just talk to somebody about figure out what the best one would be. Not really, Jimmy. Bagpipe? No, never play the bagpipe. Hey, Susan. Hey, Native. I like the bagpipes though. I actually do enjoy the bagpipes. Yeah, maybe spaghetti, but I don't know. Next week is 4th of July. Yep, makes no difference to me. I don't own a kilt. I've never worn a kilt. I do want to get a kilt with the Robertson tartan. No lime. We have moved on from that. That's one reason why I boycott Nestle, Karma. What does being a nihilist mean to me? It means that I don't believe that there is any actual meaning to life. You know, life happens, we die, and that's that. So you just got to find your own. You got to find your own meaning while you're alive. Sartre? Nah, pass. Neither do I, Lime. I guess probably never. Depressing? It's as depressing as you let it be. Hey, Nashy Queen. I would say that nihilism is as depressing as you want it to be, as you let it be. Because ultimately, there's a freedom. Like, there's a freedom in nihilism, in just being able to choose to make life what you want it to be. Uh, Nessie does not exist, Caitlin. That's my thought on the Loch Ness Monster. No, I have not done a DNA cheek swab. No, never. Exactly. Nihilism does not, exactly, Julia. Nihilism doesn't have to be depressing. Kitten? No, but I also suffer depression. Hey, Alyssa. Had chicken legs and rice. Nietzsche was the only one to get nihilism right, and his work was all about overcoming it. No, I do not believe the moon landing was fake. Yeah, it was good. And no, I don't hate you because you're American, Alyssa. I've got so many better reasons to. I'm kidding. I don't hate you. Next to my gaming list. I mean, I don't know. I've still got. Nah, nah. I don't. I have no real interest in writing anymore, Brooke. Visual novels. Probably chibi. Once I am completely finished with Boyfriend Dungeon, I imagine I will probably move on to do some kind of visual novel. Impression of Chantel. I said shh. Gift me games. Husband just beat Elden Ring. Good for him. As far as like gifting me games, I think I'd kind of prefer to be gifted books. Native. Yeah, I actually finished the yesterday's Boyfriend Dungeon. I actually finished the story. Edith Fincher. I don't think I have either of those. I've got a bunch of visual novels. A lot of them that I like backed on Kickstarter. Like I've got a lot of visual novels that I backed on Kickstarter. Rainbow Six, no, I don't enjoy those types of games. The shirt, it's purple. This is a purple shirt. I got through the water temple. Nice. Excellent. I use strategy guide for. I always used a strategy guide for Ocarina of Time in general, but especially for the water tunnel, the water temple. Are you playing it like? Mostly is not all though. Radish. RuneScape, no. Call of Duty, no. Oh, High Speed Master. My zodiac sign, Aquarius. I stole my copy of Ocarina of Time. I'll never forget him. Yeah, that's shitty. Caitlin, no, it is not. It's not a Pepsi. It is Crush Grape Cream Soda. Crush Cream Soda. Shelter 69, no. I think I can guess what kind of game that is, though. Stardew Valley pass. Sick of chicken and rice? Not really. Last time I left the house, last week. Yeah, I left last week when I had to renew when I went to renew my health card. I'll take your word on that, Jimmy. Just bought Donkey Kong Country 2 and 3 for my Nintendo DS. Nice. Fuck the convoy. Alyssa, I mean, not really. I've always been a hermit. I've always been someone who just sort of sticks to myself. House party. Should I go ahead and guess that that's not the kind of game that I? Should I go ahead and guess that that's going to be like some kind of porn game? Final Fantasy VII. Never played Final Fantasy VII. I might. Proud of my pale complexion. My complexion, I don't really care much about, but haven't decided yet. Susan Scott. I actually do. I actually do tan pretty well. Like whenever I do go out in the sun, I get a nice color. Everyday journaling. Yeah, I'd probably find it difficult because I never do anything, so I'd never have anything to talk about. League of Legends. Nah, never played that. Nope. No, I don't, Alyssa. Chantel and my mom are the only people I really talk to. Vitamin D deficiency? I don't know. How often do I go in the sun? As rarely as possible. There are other kinds of visual novels, Radish. One that I actually really liked, one game I should actually do a quick video of. I should do a video of Never Played the Solus Project. I should do a quick video for It's You, a Breakup Story. That's a really good visual novel. Doki Doki Literature Club. Yeah, I've heard that one's kind of a horror. Never heard of Autism Simulator. Games for teenage girls. So, I think once I have completely finished up, so yeah, what I'm thinking is once I've completely finished with my uh with Boyfriend Dungeon, at least until DLC drops, I think the next one I do is going to be Our Life Beginnings and Always. Terraria, never heard of it. I am not Jimmy. Because yeah, that's one I Destiny. Nope. That's another one I backed on Kickstarter a while ago. It's been out for quite a while. There's been multiple DLCs for it already released, and I still haven't actually played. Still haven't actually played any of it. So that might be my what I do after Boyfriend Dungeon. Digital or hardcover? Um, So I actually prefer soft cover. It's not Japanese radish. How are the cats doing? Cats are still doing fine. You're not blocked, J Dot. Yeah, yeah, Alyssa. I prefer soft cover over hard cover. No, my hair never tries to strangle me. New Lord of the Rings? No. Won't be watching the new Lord of the Rings show. Who'd win a fight between me and Chantel? Hard to say. I don't hate you, J Dot. No, I never wear my hair in pigtails. I don't like pigtails. I don't find pigtails cute. I mean, I have no interest in supporting anything happening on Prime. Like, I'm not interested in supporting Prime, and because it's Amazon and fuck Amazon. Beyond that, uh, new Lord of the Rings show will suck. Probably. It actually probably will be a pretty shitty show. Last thing I binge watched. I don't remember the last time I binge watched something. Honestly, I don't binge watch very often. Um, Last text I sent. Yeah, so the last text I sent was okay. Yeah, last text I sent was okay, which is actually kind of something that I text to Chantel a lot. That's it was okay. The letters O and K. I'm not gonna type out two extra letters, kitten. Fuck that noise. With a period. No, obviously with a period. It was this. Whoops. That was my last text. That was the last text I sent. Hi, Caitlin. I always use punctuation in texts. Actually, Laura, I think that one was her telling me. Yeah. One exclamation mark? Because I almost never use exclamation marks. I'm not that enthusiastic about anything. I'm not an enthusiastic person. And as for the period, I was automatically capitalizes the O. First letter of any sentence, it automatically capitalizes. That said, if I'm including the word I or a proper noun or anything else where proper grammar requires capitalization, I will capitalize. I will manually capitalize if I need to. Minions. Ugh. Fuck minions. Yeah. I was raised to have proper grammar. Nah, it doesn't, Laura. Not Canadian school. My mom. My mom taught me to. My mom raised me to have proper grammar. Shut the fuck up, Elaine. How do I feel about it? People order who say, "Can I get?" It's fine. Okay, I've got no problem with people saying that. Um, so yeah, my mom raised me to have proper grammar, so I always use proper punctuation in anything that I do. Yes, Dandy, it is. AAVE is its own language system, linguistic system. So people who try to correct Black people who are using AAVE, yeah, they are wrong because that is the language that Black people use. How is it rude, Radish? My birthday is back in February. Thanks, Michael. Caitlin? Sure, absolutely. Amy? I don't think my mom wants to appear on my channel. Shucks. Yeah, Chantel's birthday was in March. Yes, something I'm currently looking forward to. My inevitable death. Uh, Popcorn, like just popcorn with butter. Sam, I like popcorn with butter, covered in butter. Would they? Yeah, I don't know. Would I hire someone called Watermelon Drea? Hire them for what? Can white people use AAV? Rarely. Very, very few white people can use it. Because the thing is, very, very few white people actually like learn proper AAVE. Someone who actually grows up in an environment where they're exposed to it, where they learn proper AAVE, sure, they're AAVE is African American Vernacular English. Basically, it's how Black people talk to each other. Not American. Just Ebonics. I think that's like another term for it. It's been called Ebonics in the past. African Canadians. Honestly, not sure if they use the same vernacular. Yeah, so AAVE, it's things like using finna for gonna, which it's just something they do. It's a particular. Toronto has to do everything. It's its own everything. I'll pass, Laura. Exactly. Yeah, Michael. When it's used mockingly, especially, that's terrible. But even when it's people trying to be sincere, they haven't studied it. I never watched Trailer Park Boys now. But yeah, like the issue is they are using a language that they haven't actually studied. They don't know the ins and outs of it. They don't actually know the grammar. I did not say that all black people talk that way, Elaine. You're right. It's not formally taught. It is very much an informal. That's why it's vernacular. Like that's why it's called a vernacular. Um, because it's not formal. How can you study it? Mostly by talking to and living around black people. It's more than that, spaghetti. It's more than just accents. There is a legitimate linguistic structure. Y'all is y'all and folks I'm okay with. Because y'all and folks are y'all is traditionally, but y'all is something where a lot of where it's become an acceptable alternative to you. Y'all works as alternative to you as a plural. Like y'all is just a really good plural you because like you is its own singular and plural. Folk is cultural. And folk is a good one because it's gender neutral. Folk works because it's better than ladies and gentlemen. Like folk is just it's a good short gender neutral term. I haven't watched it, Lady Assassin. I say y'all all the time. Yeah, y'all has become pretty much accepted. Trisha Paytas, I don't know much about her. Folks. Yep. Maybe radish, but like I said, y'all and folk are terms that have been accepted as good alternatives. Like as good as yeah, they're words that work. Like they're words that just work for what they do. I did not grow up in the hood now. But it's an appropriation that nobody minds. Like there's no I've never seen I've never seen a black person upset about people about white people using y'all. Like I just I had like it just they're fine with it. Like I have literally never seen a black person get upset about somebody using y'all. Maybe a few like maybe a handful of southerners, but southern white people who are just being weird. And like same with folk. I've never seen anyone complain about folk. Traditionally, Jimmy, it's been a southern thing, but it's become a term that it's become a word that is I don't know, it's just become more common. Like y'all is a term that is becoming more and more common, just because it is a really good option for southern for plural you. Y'all just works well as plural you. Is it okay to call someone pimp? Generally not. Posters in the back. Cowboy Bebop, Miles Morales. Got a couple Ariettes. There's a Nightcrawler here, but obviously you can't see it from that angle. Got a Mystique up here. Got a Spirit Away. A Mononoke. New Feast of White. Economics. I think that is I think that is a very understandable decision, Danny. That movie was horribly racist, and it is no surprise that they have done everything they can to bury that film. How much is Chantel's chat room membership? I have no idea, J Dot. What, you think I'm a member? Fuck that. I'm not gonna subscribe to her. People get demonized for wanting to keep plastic things the way they are. I mean, it depends on the reasoning, Cookie. Like, my issue, Cookie, like, I take issue with people wanting to keep things the way they are because, like, I hate nostalgia. Like, I think nostalgia is a bad thing. Chantel is my best friend, yes. That's why I'm not going to subscribe to her. I don't watch a lot of anime now. Hey, bariatric. Nostalgia helps my depression. The issue I have with nostalgia is that, by and large, it is a lie. Nostalgia is often used. Yeah, I saw American History X. Often used to justify moving backwards socially. It's often used to justify avoiding progress. White privilege? White privilege is a real thing. Well, no, Caitlin, it doesn't make you racist to learn a song. But the movie itself that the song came from was genuinely terribly racist. I am pro choice, Alyssa. I'm pro abortion. I don't do cosplay. Progress isn't always good. Neither is the past. Like, yeah, it sucks, triggers. Alyssa, I would say that in white majority countries, you can't be racist against white people. Nostalgia isn't worth the effort. I mean, no, quantify. It's not a thing that you quantify and measure. No, it doesn't work that way. Cookie Jam, and you can still enjoy the original. You can still enjoy the one that meant a lot to you. But what's happening is now there's going to be an alternative version of the Little Mermaid that will mean a lot to little black girls. And 1 second. Hi everybody, I'm back. Sorry about that. Chantel needed the password for our Nintendo Online account. Caitlin, stand up for what? Like, it's not rude. She needed my help. Can't she just text you? Uh, yeah, but it's more fun for her to scream. She can make her own account. I mean, it's easier for us to have just the one account, I think. Rude words like Reddit. I don't watch South Park. I used to watch South Park, but I got really tired of it. If you call her, does she come? Yeah. I mean, if I had to call her, then yeah, she would come. Hey, Anaripsa. Hey, Strawberry. Not boycotting South Park. I just don't enjoy it, so I don't watch it. No, Lady Assassin. But do they, Jimmy? Do they make fun of everybody equally? Do they make fun of libertarians? I don't think that South Park makes fun of the people that they actually agree with. The problem with libertarians is their political philosophy is inherently selfish. It is a shitty ass political philosophy, just deeply selfish and and he goes, not really, Sam. Dean Delgore has it selfish because libertarianism boils down to give me mine, fuck everybody else. That's what libertarianism ultimately boils down to. She is not Alyssa. I'm not going to call her. Hey, Wade Bowen. I think that reparations to the indigenous people is a good thing, and does not. No, I'm not going to. Whenever I need Chantel's help, she helps me. Lonzo. Hmm, tough shit then. If you don't believe me, I don't give a shit if you don't believe me. Canadian government ever explained the bodies into schools? I know they did, but I don't remember. Like I don't remember what their explanation was. I mean they apologized. They apologized for it. And we're like, oh, this was a horrible crime. But yeah, out of the house. Leave everyone on complete liberty saying good. The problem with libertarianism is they think that every man is an island. Hey, bedazzling art with Michaela. Oh, hey, Michaela. Like, ultimately, I feel like libertarians take a stance that taken every man as an island stance. While the reality is, hey Amber, while the reality is closer to it takes a village. What's wrong with that? Because people are bye karma. Because people are interconnected. We're all interconnected. They believe the best men can be out, which is still bullshit. Like we all rely on each other. People rely on other people. We're all interconnected. Do I feel connected to you? I mean, not really, but I am. SC, that's just the nickname Chantel came up with me, uh, based on pizza. I have not watched The Human Centipede. What do I think of the Amish? They're fine. I don't really agree with their life philosophy, but they're not hurting anyone, so whatever. Here's the thing, Thrifty. Yeah, lift yourself up by the bootstraps. What everybody who uses that expression, what everyone forgets when they say lift yourself by the bootstraps, the comic that phrase, that idea debuted in was pointing out that it's impossible. You can't lift yourself up by your bootstraps. That is not a thing. Muslims? I'm fine with Muslims. Muslims are fine. Fuck you, Elaine. Yeah, like that's like try it sometime. Try to lift yourself up by the bootstraps. It won't take you long to realize, oh wait, that's actually a literally that is actually a physically impossible act. That's what the cartoon that came up with that with the whole philosophy of with that whole idea with that lift yourself by the bootstraps thing. Flat earthers are idiots. The comic strip that came up with that was pointing out that it's a stupid idea. Psyched? I guarantee that both you and your grandparents, great grandparents, had help. You had help. You had people helping you along the way. It's cream soda, Michaela. Yes, I believe in the moon landing. It took initiative, absolutely. It took work, but it also took people helping you along the way. Really, Icky? So you're building your own roads? You didn't. You didn't. You never went to school. You never been to a doctor, dentist. Um, Never been to a library. Do you hunt, skin, and cook all your own food? Like grew all your own food? You never went to a fucking grocery store and bought food from a store? Never did any of that? You did everything. You did absolutely everything in your entire life on your own? Made your own clothes? Come on. Would be dead within my family, but that's because I have a disease. Yeah. Like we are all interconnected. We all rely on each other. It's got all the fucking answers, Icky. Fucking whatever. But they all rely on each other. Amish communities are communities. They rely on each other. They work together. They help each other out whenever they need to. They help each other raise their fucking kids. They do lie, and I don't agree with them. I don't agree with the philosophy of the Amish, but the point is, Amish communities are communities. They're interconnected, and they all recognize their interconnectedness. No, I don't agree that Chantel is rich. Chantel makes damn good money. I will absolutely not deny that Chantel makes very good money. I will deny that she is actually rich. Multimillionaires are rich. Yes, Caitlin, she makes very good money. But when we talk about rich, we're talking about multimillionaires. That's rich. There is that as well, Chris. But what is she then? I mean, I'm pretty sure she's middle. I'm pretty sure we're middle class. Like, I'm pretty sure 12,000. Like, I'm pretty sure, you know, $100 odd thousand dollars a year. I'm pretty sure that actually qualifies as middle class. I'm pretty sure it is, Alyssa. Sure, above the median, but not rich. Oprah is rich, yeah. What memento does Peter Quill have from his mother? A cassette tape. Upper middle? Yeah. Top Gun character is cat named for? Goose. Though in the comic, her cat is named after Chewbacca. Her cat's name is Chewie in the comics. Because comic book Carol Danvers is a Star Wars geek. Which I appreciate. Hey, operator. Kind of a shame that that they removed the Star Wars nerdiness from movie Carol Danvers. I always liked that about her. Kenobi? I haven't watched it. Vibranium, Andrea. These are easy questions. Like, these are just like the easiest questions that you're asking. Yeah, I saw your comment, Caitlin. You can stop spamming it. I actually have a thing obsessed with Marvel. It's 2,500 questions about Marvel comics. I think one time, the last time I did it, I got somewhere around 50 something percent. Let's see if I can find it here. I never remember what book I put it in or what box I put it in. Yeah, that's not gonna be in there. Nah. I never remember what box I put it in. Yeah, what she smell like? Depends on when she last showered. No shout out to Mao Zedong. No shout out there. What does Tony tell Thaddeus at the end of the film? Tells him about the Avengers Initiative. I'm going to say no shout outs to Joseph Stalin either, Jimmy. No shout outs to genocidal dictators. What's the word she tells spelled? When she had, I forget what surgery it was, but she had a surgery once that they had to go under one of her rolls to, I think it's a cyst. I think it's for one of her ovarian cysts. This was well before she started the YouTube channel. So, but yeah, she had a surgery to remove. I think it was to remove an ovarian cyst, and then she had to keep under her roll dry. So yeah, so it was a few times a day. I'd have to blow dry her roll. Yeah, I'd have to blow dry under her roll, under her fupa, and yeah, going all over. Yep, and she'll laugh every so often. I remind her about it, and she laughs because it was funny, and it was a really bad smell. Like it was a really bad smell, which is why I would regularly blow the smell back up to her face, making you sick. Sorry, why couldn't she do it? She couldn't get the right angle. She didn't have a way of getting the right angle. Rachel's got health issues. I mean, everyone will eventually. Nah, not describing the smell. What was it? Natalie Russman or something like that? Natalie Rushman? Truthfully, I prefer I much prefer the comics over the movies. She respects me, Michaela. She was pretty big when we first met, yeah. She did get bigger, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll see, Cookie Jim. I am an honest person, Alyssa. Probably not, Caitlin. Hey, pushing Crunchyroll. Nah, I don't watch anything on Crunchyroll. I mean, I probably should get a Crunchyroll subscription or something, but I don't know. There just aren't all that many animes that I actually want to watch, and I never make the time to watch anything. Webtoons. Yes, I do read webtoons. There's a few webtoons that I read. Um, Not Even Bones is a great one. Uh, Lore Olympus, obviously Lore Olympus, obviously one of the biggest webtoons. Uh, High Class Homos is great. Senorita Cometa is really good. Mage and Demon Queen is loads of fun. So yeah, there are a few webtoons that I enjoy. I will say this: the webtoons marketing team kind of sucks, or at least has an has a weirdly shitty attitude towards webcomics. I do not watch Stranger Things. Yeah, the marketing team for webtoons has this weirdly condescending attitude towards webcomics, considering what they do. Because like their ads will be like the ads that they put out will be the story before it streams. Like it treats webcomics as almost like storyboards for movies, for TV shows. Like it's just this weird thing where like they have this attitude of webcomics as being as existing to be something. Andrea, in the comic, it was Kitty Pryde. Kate Pryde went back and traveled back to take over the mind of her younger self, Kitty. I have no idea what you're talking about, Alyssa. Most of the comics aren't particularly sexual, Alyssa. And in fact, they do actually have rules against nudity and explicit sexual content. Plans for tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know. Those will be mobile game. Yeah, yeah. Mobile game ads are like just weird for trying to push the sex angle. Um, that doesn't narrow it down much, Andrea. But I'm guessing you mean either Black Widow or Hawkeye, because both of them started as Iron Man antagonists. Black Widow. Hawkeye also started as a would I date Nightcrawler? I'm not interested. I'm not attracted to men line, so no, I would not date. I would not date Nightcrawler. Pecans? I don't know that I do. Lily's Garden. I haven't really noticed sexual ads for Lily's Garden, but it might be. If Nightcrawler got a sex change, I'm just not attracted to the Mickey. King's Choice. Yeah, King's Choice. I think is the one that is the most sexual. How many members are there in the original Avengers? 5. Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Iron Man, Ant Man, Wasp are the original Avengers. And then Hulk left in like the second issue. And Captain America was found in the 5th issue. And then I believe it was issue 14 where all of the original Avengers left and the team became Captain America, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Hawkeye. Cap's Kooky Quartet. C11, Bill? Um, I don't know that I can explain it well. The part of it is like some of it is sort of above my head. Thrifty Meg? Uh, nah, nah. I mean, it's a reimagining of the original story, and it's not by far and away not the first story to reimagine. The like, there's a lot of reimaginings of the Hades and Persephone story to make it consensual. Anyway, Bill C11. So my understanding is that the goal is to regulate online um, what's the term? Broadcasters, I guess. Because in Canada, any news channel, like any channel, yeah, plus size princess would be cool. Canadian channels are required to broadcast a certain amount of Canadian content. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Vision was the chairman of the Avengers. He was the one who decided to form the West Coast Avengers. Anyway, I don't really think so, Caitlin. That was what I was thinking, Jimmy. 40%. It's Canadian broadcasters are required to include at least 40% Canadian content. Bill C-11 aims to include internet broadcasters in those regulations. I'm not really sure how I feel about it. I don't know that it's Justin Bieber. My thought on Justin Bieber is that he had no chance to avoid becoming an asshole. He got way too popular, way too young. He was going to it was going to make him an asshole. There was no avoiding it. Anyway, so yeah, I don't necessarily support Bill C-11. I do think that Zoe, yeah, it probably will. It probably will affect some Canadian YouTubers. I think that's sort of the point. I don't really buy into the Andrew Clark. I don't remember. He starts to tell Ross about the Avengers Initiative. Anyway, I don't really buy into the conservative fear mongering about it being used to censor people. Like, I don't think the CRTC is going to start taking down news articles that are critical of Justin Trudeau. That's not the thing that's going to happen. So the conservative fear mongering, I really, really don't buy into that bullshit. But advice for someone who's depressed. The fuck makes you think that I'm going to be who knows what evil lurks in the heart of men? Was that strange? Was that Doctor Strange? But yeah, if I had advice for dealing with depression, why the hell would I be so depressed? My favorite song? My favorite song is probably Fine on the Outside by The Shadow. Ah, right, yeah. Yeah. Fine on the Outside by Priscilla On. Love Shack? I do like Love Shack. Pink Floyd? No, I don't like Pink Floyd. Never really been able to get into Pink Floyd. Uh, I think the issue is I don't do enough drugs to enjoy Pink Floyd. Butthole Surfers. Yeah, that's another band that I just never really got into. I just never got into Butthole Surfers. Ladytron, there's a couple of Ladytron songs I like. 16 is absolutely a banger. Or 17. Shit. Is it 16 or 17? 17. I feel like there's one or two other. Yeah, 17 is an absolute banger. Ageless. Wish your hair was like yours. I mean, I'm losing it. He played the Riddler, Andrea. Yeah, I'm not Googling that, Rachel Hay, because I know full well what 1488 represents. I know full well that 1488 is a white supremacist dog whistle. It's a white supremacist thing. It is, but it's a joke. I was joking about it, Chris. What it mean? 14 is the 14 words. Something about preserving. 14 is like it's something 14 words, something about preserving white people. I don't remember the details. 88 is basically HH, aka which is short for Hail Hitler. So tear down, yes, absolutely tear down statues of Christopher Columbus. Baldness. Christopher Columbus was a genocidal asshole. He really was. And must be noted, not actually all that great a fucking explorer. The reason he couldn't get funding, like the reason he had so much trouble getting funding for his venture is because everybody knew that there was no way he would make it to India. Everyone knew the planet was too big for him to reach India. That's why he couldn't get funding, because everyone was like, well, no, you're going to just die out in the middle of the ocean. Right, people with PhDs disturbing very good friends. That's a very good question, Thrifty Meg. Liberace. Mm, that's a tough one. Um, I'm aware that if Christopher Columbus hadn't hit America, then Europeans wouldn't have come over, and Canada, as it exists today, wouldn't exist. That doesn't actually mean that he was a good explorer, and it doesn't mean he was a good person. Egyptians are almost genetically the same as they were 4,000 years ago. That's pretty interesting. Mrazzi had a relation to the manatee. Uh, I mean, that explains mermaids. I'm pretty sure manatees are actually like the guess for where the mermaid myth came from. Eventually would have globalization, probably. Yes, he was, Alyssa. He absolutely was. And in fact, Christopher Columbus was such a huge asshole that the Spanish government put him on fucking trial. He was called back to Spain and put in prison for being such a fucking monster. Even the Spanish thought that Christopher Columbus went too far. Went back when he was governor of Hispaniola or whatever it was. Probably true, Jimmy. I mean that's probably also true, Meg. That probably didn't help. But no, it was like even by the standards of the time, Christopher Columbus's genocidal tendencies, his brutality was considered too much. Even by the standards of the time, Columbus brutality was considered too far, which is a pretty good indication that he was fucking awful. Yeah, Chris, I actually read a book about the Vikings in Newfoundland. Um, don't remember what it was called. Book by Farley Mowat. Farley Mowat wrote a book. West Viking? I think it was West Viking. Farley Mowat wrote a book that I'm pretty sure was called West Viking. That was about the Viking uh, colony in Leif Erikson. Yep, about the Viking colony in Canada. Hernandez, David Hernandez. Again, Columbus was bad by the standards of the time. Everyone did horrible shit back then, yes. But Columbus was considered bad even by the standards of the time. Also, I don't think that standards of the time should really be used. Yeah, I know, Chris. I used to love Farley Mowat. But yeah, I'm not a fan of standards of the time being used as a way of defending people's shitty behavior. Invasive species. Yeah, invasive species are definitely a problem. I'm not. I wish I knew how to deal with invasive species. I'm sure they did, Elaine. And I do not try to just. I haven't actually. I've never looked into my own history, like my family. I've never looked into my family history, so I honestly don't know. But yeah, even if they did, I wouldn't try to defend them. Garbage people are garbage people, no matter what time period. We can only learn from their bad actions. Yeah. And for the record, that is a big part of why I don't like nostalgia. Because I always feel like nostalgia erases the bad things that people did in the past. You know, nostalgia treats Christopher Columbus as this noble, heroic explorer. Frida McFadden? Never heard of Frida McFadden, actually. Holy Roman Galactic Empire? Dubious. Yep, rose colored glasses. And I do not agree with those. Um, I oppose Christopher Columbus Day. I support the effort to, yes, get rid of Christopher Columbus Day and replace it with Indigenous Peoples Day. Check her out. Maybe. I'm not taking any medication, even though I should be. The new Thor movie, I won't. I'm still boycotting Disney, so I won't be boycotting so I won't be watching the new Thor movie. Eh, I don't really agree, Liberace. I don't think it is. And for the record, I am absolutely completely okay with Italian Americans having a day to celebrate their heritage. Yeah, I did enjoy Ragnarok, and Love and Thunder does look really good as well. You watch some horror movies? Cool. I don't like horror movies. What do I think about China becoming the new world power? I mean, it's concerning. China is does not have a great record on human rights. Will I bet Disney boycott end? I don't know. Oh, I choose to save Sam. I mean, like, the thing is, Alyssa, Casey's had a long life. Casey's 18, 19 years old. Casey's close to 20 years old. She's had a long life. Sam's only 5 or 6. Miss Adam Buzzier. I I don't believe I will situation. I don't believe I will be missing that movie. Not that I'm aware of, Amber. Yes, Chris, they can. Italian Americans have contributed a great deal to American culture. So yeah, absolutely, they can take pride in shit other than genociders. Your cat loves seeing them on screen. That's so cute, Meg. But no, like just like if you have a choice to save somebody who's really old and somebody who's still young, you save the young one because the old person has had a long life already. They are already close to death, so you save the person. So you save the one who's going to live longer. Already 20. Yeah. Yeah. You're telling me. I have not heard about that, Amber. Give me a second. So I'm just finding an article here. Okay. So yeah, apparently what happened is the Canadian Supreme Court ruled in May that extreme intoxication can be used as a defense in cases where someone is accused of an act of violence. So the justice minister has introduced a bill to change that. It also says that it's extreme intoxication, which is apparently extremely difficult to get. So Yeah, it's a bit fucked. Hey, Janine. Shit, I did not hear about that Supreme Court decision. Holy shit. That's a pretty concerning, that's a pretty fucked up decision. Thrifty make no. Based on the article I was perusing, based on the article I was perusing, it seems that extreme intoxication is an extremely rare state. Um, and basically, where you have absolutely no control over yourself. Like it's intoxication to a point where you literally have no further control over yourself. It's not just regular drunkenness. It is basically it's getting blackout drunk. My understanding, like again, I didn't. Alyssa, it's a bill to close that. It's a bill to stop to make it. The bill is to make it so that extreme intoxication cannot be used as a defense. The Supreme Court ruled that that level of extreme intoxication can be used as a defense. Uh, essentially it is a um, temporary insanity. Would be like basically it would be a temporary insanity plea, similar to that. Oh, absolutely, I can't lie. No, and I do not. So yeah, it's so like the Supreme Court, the Canadian Supreme Court ruled that um, extreme intoxication to the level of a complete and total loss of control can be used as a defense. The Justice Minister has introduced legislation that would end that. That would make it so that that level of so that getting that level of extreme intoxication can no longer be used as defense. Amber, very difficult. It's honestly like again, like I didn't read the full article. I haven't read that much about it. So you can always do your own research on it. Like feel free, absolutely, to do your own research. Um, I think I googled Canada intoxication defense, so you can find articles. Yeah, you can find some articles. I skimmed the article, so like I said, you can find articles going into detail just by googling Canada intoxication defense. But based on what I was seeing very briefly in that article, it's really, really difficult to prove that level of intoxication. Cute face. In this case, it was a CBC article. No, it's not a bill. It's this bill is not being snuck through. It's a bill to close a loophole. Exactly, Alyssa, and that's why they are. That's why there's a bill put forward to say that getting that drunk can't be a defense. Yeah, so like I said, it was a Supreme Court decision that Parliament is looking to pass a bill to close. So that being that drunk, so that being that intoxicated can't be a defense anymore. They're That's what the bill. That's what the bill is for. The bill is to say that intoxication cannot be used as a defense, regardless of how intoxicated you are. You can't use it as a defense. That's what the bill is doing. Is to say you can't use it as a defense. Do I ever drink? Nah. I used to drink a little bit, but I didn't really enjoy the taste, and I didn't really enjoy certainly didn't enjoy the feeling. So I don't think she's drinking. She's doing weed. Grandson went to jail for 10 years for manslaughter, for killing his best friend in a car accident. He has no memory of even being arrested. It's not fair to anyone, really. Yeah. I will say that I don't like prison as the solution for everything. Like obviously that guy needs to be held accountable. You know, he drove drunk and he killed someone because he was driving drunk. He needs to be held accountable for that. Absolutely. I'm just not sure that 10 years in prison is really accountability. It's punishment. And I don't agree that punishment is necessarily justice. Eye for an eye makes the whole world go blind, Meg. Yes, I did say he should be in prison. And most people return to their addiction after rehabilitation. A lot of them do. I don't know the numbers, David, but yeah, a lot do. Hey, Preppy. What else? I mean, he spread lies that resulted in people being harassed, innocent people being harassed. He needed treatment instead. He died of juvenile diabetes last year at 35. Victims and victims' families. Cookie Jam, you'd be surprised at how many victims and victims' families don't really see the existing justice system as being justice. Oh, thank you, Preppy. Like there's a lot of them out there who don't think that somebody going to prison is actually going to fix things. Drug criminals should be sent to rehab. Yeah. I mean, like, decriminalize all drugs. I wouldn't say Ewan McGregor has taught me anything, Dandy. Yeah, like, I say all drugs. Decriminalize all drugs. And make rehabilitation centers widely available and well funded. Yes, all. decriminalizing something is not the same as legalizing it, Lime. There's a difference between decriminalizing and legalizing. For prison profit or for profit prisons are absolutely fucking evil. Like, in all honesty, for profit prisons are just a straight up evil idea. No, like, there's no way around it. They are evil. Not to the same extent. Shit, do we have? I don't know that Canada. Give me a second. Okay. Canada, so apparently Canada has tried private detention facilities and they keep either going under or reverting to government control. So at this time, Canada does not have any for-profit prisons. That said, we still got people lobbying for it. We've still got groups trying to get for-profit prisons up here in Canada, which I really, really hope we don't do. Because for-profit prisons are genuinely, legitimately evil. I do not have a PS5 now. And one of the big issue, exactly, Janine. And they will for-profit prisons tend to have pretty close relationships with local judges. So yeah, so they will basically bribe judges into sending people to these prisons. Like, that's not even hidden. Like, legit, like, they don't even fucking hide it. Most politicians, yep. Yeah, I mean, like, judges will have financial stakes in these private prisons. And apparently nobody sees a fucking problem with that. Amber Heard? Honestly, I care less. I don't really care about Amber Heard one way or the other. I don't care. What I care about is the anger that was directed at Amber Heard has had a chilling effect on other victims of domestic violence. Jennifer Love Hewitt? Yeah, she's fine. I also want to, and the other thing about Amber Heard is the Daily Wire was, Alyssa? Yeah, I think he probably did. And frankly, I think that Johnny probably did abuse her. And I think that she retaliated. But the other thing is, before the trial started, the Daily Wire was paying a funding a campaign against her. The Daily Wire, a conservative propaganda site, funded a smear campaign against Amber Heard before the trial. Why do you think that would be? Why do you think that conservative propaganda site The Daily Wire would have a reason to fund a smear campaign against Amber Heard? Indeed, Amber Smith. And shockingly, Marilyn Manson uh, is at least considering a defamation suit against the woman who against Rachel Evan Wood. Like Marilyn Manson has at least considered a defamation suit against Rachel Evan Wood based on her allegations about him. I mean, that's a common thing. Abusers always accuse their victims of either of lying, or they'll say that they abused each other. It's a common tactic. It's an extremely common tactic. Person will abuse their partner. Like a person will spend years abusing their partner, and then their partner will try to strike back, and then eventually they split up, and the abuser, when challenged, will say, "Oh well, we abused each other," or "Oh, I was defending myself." They all do it. Chris Brown said that he was defending himself against Rihanna. Uh, Mike Tyson said that he and his ex-wife abused each other. So many do. It's it's an absolutely standard tactic. It is the default tactic of abusers to claim, "Oh, we abused each other," or "Oh, I hit her, but I was only defending myself. I was only trying to restrain her." I think believe women as a default is a pretty good way to go. Yeah, I mean, just look at any guy accused of domestic violence. Look at the way, look at how they tried to defend themselves. It's always the exact same strategy. I mean, shit, fucking John Bobbitt abused Lorena for years. And then when Lorena finally fucking uh, struck back, suddenly she was the fucking villain of the story. Blondie? Yes. And frankly, I'm inclined to think that Biden uh, probably has behaved inappropriately towards women. Yes, she did, Chibi. And she was in the fucking right. Lorena Bobbitt was absolutely in the right on that one. Shut the fuck up, Grub. Yeah, I mean, he does, like, Biden. Yeah, like I said, he was a domestic abuser who turned into a fucking star for it. Like, he abused his wife for years, turned her into, and then managed to turn her into the villain and make a career out of being a fucking domestic abuser. Chris Brown punched Rihanna and still has a fucking career. Chris Brown still has fucking fans. Mike Tyson went on Oprah and they fucking laughed at Mike Tyson claiming that, oh, it was a mutually abusive relationship. Guy beat the shit out of his wife and then claimed it was mutually abusive. Yep, I know too. And fuck Ariana Grande for that. Yes, women can abuse EXO. And it's important to recognize that women can commit domestic abuse against men. It is important to recognize that men can be victims of domestic abuse as well. Um, but it's also important to recognize that there is a specific strategy that domestic abusers employ to defend themselves. Not necessarily weak men. But the thing is, Blondie, like the problem that I had with the Depp Heard trial was the glee with which people attacked Amber Heard. There was an absolute glee in attacking her. In finally, we got one of these lying bitches. That's the attitude that I came across as. Finally, we got one of those lying bitches. It was gross. The way that people attacked Amber Heard always felt absolutely fucking gross to me. Because, yeah, it is just. It honestly felt like a lot of people were taking it as a victory against the Me Too movement. People on the right absolutely took it as a victory against Me Too. Like 100%. Everyone, the people on the right, 100% were taking it as a victory against Me Too. But even beyond that, like there was just a really weird undertone of glee, of celebration, of attacking a woman. I wish the trial had not gotten the attention it did. That's my thing. I wish the trial had not gotten anywhere near the attention it did because it was absolutely being used. It was absolutely being being promoted as a way of attacking the Me Too movement. She is not lying. And fuck you for suggesting that she has. No, because my thought is that I don't care about the trial itself, frankly. I don't care about the trial itself. What bothered me about it was the reactions around the trial. That was what bugged me. So yeah, like whatever happened in the trial, whatever. It didn't honestly, a couple of rich assholes being assholes to each other. That I honestly didn't really have much. I didn't really care that much one way or the other. It was the reactions to the trial that I had serious issues with. The reactions were just really grossed me out. The sheer joy that people took in going after Amber Heard. Right, Janine. It was a lot of people took joy in attacking the Me Too movement. I mean, from the moment the Me Too movement came up, there were a lot of people who fucking hated it. There was always, uh, from the start, there was always a big backlash against Me Too. A huge backlash against women talking about being abused, particularly on the right. Conservatives always hated Me Too. Conservatives hated the idea of women actually talking about being abused and being believed. Conservatives hated the idea of women being believed for being abused. And they hated the idea of abusers actually being held accountable. Um, they never liked that idea. They never liked the idea of abusive men being held accountable, unless those abusive men happen to be liberals, of course. Um, but so there was always that backlash against it, and the attention given to the trial amplified that. It was used by right wingers to discredit the Me Too movement. Like they're just that's what's going to happen. Like that's why the trial got the attention it did. It got a huge amount of, frankly, astroturfed attention. Yeah, to who I saw. And I've also seen that a lot of the gender critical crowd are blaming the overturning of Roe v. Wade on trans people. A lot of gender criticals are basically blaming trans women for Roe v. Wade being overturned because gender criticals view everything through that fucking lens. Every single fucking thing for them is the fault of trans people. If only trans people didn't exist, then the world would be a fucking utopia as far as all these GC assholes are concerned. And fucking Kathleen Stock, GC is the term that they want to use. That's what they want to call themselves. They originally called themselves TERFs, but as soon as other people started calling them that, they declared that that was a slur. So now they call themselves gender criticals, GCs. Um, yeah, Kathleen fucking Stock, that asshole, on the fucking day that Roe v. Wade was overturned, was basically saying, "Oh, there are good people on the anti-abortion side. We shouldn't refuse to work with them just because they want to fucking strip rights away from women. We need to keep working with the anti-abortionists because they want to take rights from trans people. And taking rights from trans people is more important than actually fucking protecting women's rights." Fucking GCs. Fucking hate the gender critical people. Their pure fucking contempt and hatred of trans people means that they will happily, joyfully work with the people who want to strip away the rights of women. Go ahead, Mark, whatever. So, yeah. Honestly, it's not a surprise that J.K. Rowling wouldn't comment on the on Roe v. Wade. Like, it's not surprising at all. I'm sure any day now she'll be retweeting articles blaming trans people for Roe v. Wade being overturned. Fine, I'll go check on Chantal. Give me a minute. There, I checked on Chantel. She's feeling sick, but she's fine. So, haha, I burped. Screw you. Thank you, Down Under, for being a good friend. Chantel would be lost without you. Thank you very much, Down Under. Anyway, just double checked, and Algonquin. We live on Ottawa is Algonquin territory. Never trust chat. We're all either wrong or lying. Pretty much, Leon. Yes, we did used to date Behaven. No, they should just be shamed. Yes, sir. I mean, she had no reason to be grateful, Cookie. Don't own it. Fair, Scara. I mean, lowest heat. I mean, like, lowest possible heat. Yep, best friends since high school. Yep, 20 years we've been friends. Yes. I'll admit that when I lived in Cornwall, I never voted because I genuinely, I didn't care when I was living in Cornwall. Since moving to Ottawa, I have voted in 2 out of 3 elections. I missed the federal election last year because my depression meant that I genuinely couldn't fucking do anything. 11 times 11? 121. I know situation. Does Trudeau have fake eyebrows? Maybe. Okay. Good night, Chibi. He might have fake eyebrows. I don't know. Tell you about my trans experience? Not right now. Another time. Perm? Nah, I wouldn't want a perm. I cannot, Danby. No, I really don't have a photographic memory, Janine. No, it's. I got plenty of useless trivia. Sorry, situation. There's probably going to be. I would expect at least 2 more boyfriend dungeon streams before, and there's DLC coming up. So even more after the DLC drops. When does the next bit of DLC drop? How am I so smart? Smart mom. So I just wanted to see if there's a Release date. No, it doesn't look like it. Not sure what the release date's going to be for the boyfriend for the first bit of Boyfriend Dungeon DLC. You beat the games fast. What you mean, like Boyfriend Dungeon? I mean, Boyfriend Dungeon isn't that tough a game. Like it's honestly not that difficult. At least using a controller. Honestly, I'd probably find it a lot harder if I had to use keyboard and mouse. Using controller makes it a little bit easier, but I mean, it's kind of a button masher to a certain extent. FF7 remake. I do want to get to the. I do want to do FF7 remake at some point, but what I actually want to do, Dandy, like the thing that I would have this vague dream of doing is a Final Fantasy run. Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Skip 11 because that one I think was MMO. 12, 13. I think is 14 MMO. Yeah, just go like right through all the main games. Like I would love to do that. Thing is, if I'm doing that, I would probably do FF7 remake. I'd probably end up doing that sometime after doing the regular FF7. I would do the remake sometime later. Thing is, I don't know that I will ever get around to it. What controller do I use on PC? Just a Voy Xbox controller. Like I said, I don't know if I'll ever do it. I don't know that I ever actually will get around to it. Because one thing, I like doing a lot of detail. Like whenever I'm playing a game, I like to explore. I like to do detail whenever I can. So if I were to do a Final Fantasy series Let's Play, it would honestly be a lot of work because I'd be wanting to look up details. Like I'd be wanting to, explain the games. That's my, sorry, too. With Ramona date storm. Sorry. Sorry, to, I was sort of talking about, I was sort of looking at other shit. Might get the 13 or 50s. Exactly, EXO. But yes, Ramona would absolutely date Storm. Problem is, Storm would not date Ramona. Storm has way better standards. Yeah, and there is also the fact that, because yeah, if I'm doing those games, I would be wanting to get as close to 100% as I can. And there's almost none that I've ever played. Like I've played Final Fantasy 4. I think I played Final Fantasy 3, but I have absolutely no memories of it. And I played like the first disc of Final Fantasy 8, and that's it. We can rock, paper, scissors in this up right now. Righty wins. Anyway, yeah. So they'd be blind playthroughs, which I kind of don't really like for RPGs. Which I kind of not sure. Like I'd want to do a blind playthrough for an actual Let's Play. So I don't know. I don't know whether I will actually do a that Final Fantasy thing. Plus, I'd have to buy all the games. It add up. Each individual game might not cost that much, but it would add up. But I suppose it would be, over the course of a few years. Yes, Ramona is a lesbian. Don't need that goes. So I don't know. And again, the other thing is I do have a lot of other games to play. Like I do have other games I want to get through. A lot of games that I've backed through Kickstarter. So yeah, I don't know. But Ramona Day Captain America. No. Ramona should date Spiral. Again, Spiral can do way better. I mean, I feel like a lot of older RPGs kind of did that too, Leon Tate. Girls who may not have been, the girls may not have been in high school, but they were high school age. They were teenagers and somewhat fetishized. Gaming on Twitch? Nah, I wouldn't want to game on Twitch because Twitch is owned by Amazon, and I wouldn't want to use an Amazon platform. No Cookie. I think Buzz Lightyear tanked because it was a movie that no one was asking for. I think that was the problem with Buzz Lightyear. No one was actually asking for that movie. Yes, I've had sex. It's been a while, but I have had sex. Yeah, like the origin story of a fictional toy, it's who cares? Like who was asking for that movie? Who was who was the target audience for that movie? Incredibles 2? Yeah, Incredibles 2 would have done well. I mean, I don't know about that part 2, but I'm monogamous, but potentially open to polyamory. Cool, Angel. Did you like it? I'd say it's weird to still have monarchs, Kiara. Monarchs are weird. I have not seen Turning Red. Again, Disney boycott. But I would actually. That movie looked good. Turning Red looks like such a good movie. Exactly, Leon. Like Toy Story is a movie that parents that like Toy Story is a movie that people who are parents now, they grew up with the Toy Story franchise. But does that matter to kids today? They should have stopped at the last one. Fair enough. Yeah. Abolish the monarchy. I saw the first. I saw the first Toy Story. I did watch the first Toy Story, and really enjoyed it. Buy myself a guitar? No, I don't think so. Turning Red is so good. It looked good. Like it looked. Turning Red really did look so good. Because I think the impression I've gotten, the impression I got from, I don't think I did. I don't think I did ever watch Toy Story 2, but I don't. I think the impression I got for Turning Red is that there was a distinct authenticity to the movie, and Brooke. Oh yeah, I would never have a kid. I have no interest in a kid. And yes, Angel, off with the monarchy sets. Yes, Encanto is horrible. I've heard good things about Encanto too. Kara, I mean, they're tourist attractions. monarchies are like in developed countries that still have monarchies. Those monarchies are a yeah, I remember that too. 13-year-old girls don't write fanfics. Meanwhile, every fucking everyone who's ever been a 13-year-old girl saying, "Are you kidding me?" um, yeah, they did appear relatable. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. For monarchies, like they are tourist attractions. That's the only purpose that monarchs serve. And fuck that noise. You got other tourist attractions. Like the UK has a ton of tourist attractions. It does not need the Queen anymore. I've never had a Union Jack flag actually. Writing fanfics in second grade. Yeah. Okay. Good night, J. Dot. I hope you feel better tomorrow. They're all inbreds. Yep. So yeah, abolish the monarchy. It serves no value. It serves no legitimate purpose. There's no good reason to keep the monarchy these days. Tower of London, yeah, Tower of London would be great to see. Uh, that was the gay bar shooting, right? Right, Jimmy? Do I know anything about comic books? Do I know anything about comic books? Of course I do, Demon Rats. I know tons about comics, especially Marvel comics. That's sort of my area of expertise. Take my uterus sounds too kinky. I did not read I Am Not Starfire. I wouldn't mind reading that one. Um, expertise. That's right, situation. Yeah, I mean, I Am Not Starfire. It's one that I actually do have it on my wish list, my Barnes and Noble wish list. So it's one that I wouldn't mind reading, but it's not a high priority. There are definitely books that I'd be much more interested in. Beavis and Butthead's 1 through 20 worth anything? Probably not. Probably not much, I would expect. Depends on what condition they're in as well. But assuming they're in good condition, you know, maybe it gets $20 for the set, maybe 50, 20 to $50 for all 20 issues if they're in very good condition. The reality is, very few comics are actually worth anything. King of the Hill? Loved King of the Hill. Hey, Tobo. Very few comics are actually worth anything. King of the Hill is sacred. Yep. Faith? No, never read Faith. I never actually watched Daria. I should have. I don't know why I never watched Daria, considering I did really like Beavis and Butthead. And I liked Daria on Beavis and Butthead. I liked her character. Day Tripper by Fabio Moon and Gabriel Ba. That one kind of rings a bell, Kiara. Give me a second. That does sound really interesting, actually. I will add that to my wish list. Thank you, Kiara. Sorry, just going to be a couple more minutes while I get that then. Comic writing brother duo. Cool. Daria Doc Martens. That sounds pretty good. That actually sounds like a pretty cool thing. John Redcorn, sexy AF. Yep. Doug. Did I watch Doug? I can't remember if I actually watched Doug. Rocco, I didn't. Real Monsters, I didn't. Bastards reset my password. How dare they? Sorry, Brooke. How's this? This better, Brooke? Is this No, I would not date John Redcorn because I'm not attracted to men. Weird way, my first introduction to Ghibli films. My introduction to Ghibli films was Princess Mononoke. Which I loved, of course. John Redcorn can make anyone gay. Ren and Stimpy? Yeah, I used to love Ren and Stimpy. It's a shame that the creator ended up turned out to be really, really gross. I think he turned out to be like a groomer. The Modern Warrior doesn't ring any bells. Yeah, I mean, I had two Ren and Stimpy cassettes. Yeah, Marin. Yeah, yeah. Is I had the main cassette that had like all the big songs from the show, and then I actually also had their Christmas album. I had the fucking Ren and Stimpy Christmas album. Who knew that? How many of you knew that Ren and Stimpy put out a Christmas album? The answer is no. None of you. The horse character? No, sir. I don't like it. It was gross, for sure. Which obviously was why kids liked it. Yeah, it was their Yaxmas. It was a Yaxmas album. Twisted Sister has a Christmas album. Yeah. I I did not see the Star Wars Christmas special. No situation. Yes, Kiara, there's a Ghibli museum. There is, and I desperately want to go there. Yeah, like I will still sometimes sing the log theme song. Goes downstairs alone or in pairs, rolls over your neighbor's dog. It's good for a snack, fits in your back. It's log, 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 log. It's big, it's heavy, it's wood. Log, log. It's better than bad. It's good. Man, Stimpy too much for you. Yeah, I can get that. It's pretty gross, Dandy. What else? Happy, happy, joy, joy. Little critters in nature. They don't know that they're ugly. That's very funny. A fly marrying a bumblebee. Powdered toast man. Yep. Don't whiz on the electric fence. You can tell we're an X-Men. Which one would you be? I hate to say this, Blob. Because she gets to not move. Like, I mean, it's. I hate to say it, but that is the character that she's most like. That said, Blob is a bartender right now. Blob's living his good life as a bartender. Ben Shapiro would be Professor X. Oh, is Ben Shapiro a tax evader as well? Hey, Alyssa. One of my favorite. There's a there's a car, there's a cartoonist I follow on Twitter, Wendy Shu, uh, writer and artist, also a kids book editor. Anyway, Wendy Shu, uh, Zhu, Shu. I'm actually not sure of the exact pronunciation. I never looked that up. But Wendy Shu, she occasionally tweets about. Uh, she occasionally tweets about Zhu, XU. It's XU, Janine. Uh, she's the artist for Mooncakes, and she wrote and drew. Oh shit, I'm blanking. Alyssa, she tell me it's my phone ringtones. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Anyway, she occasionally tweets about Professor Xavier uh, engaging in tax evasion. Like it's one of her favorite occasional jokes. Anyway, she's really good. Like she's a really good artist. I actually follow. Like I actually originally, and a really smart person. She's really smart and insightful. She. Yes, I'm coming. She's an editor. She does editing for I think kids and young adult books, and so she knows a lot about the publishing industry. So she has a lot of really interesting insights into that sort of thing. Anyway, suppose I'll be back in a few minutes. All right. I'm back again. She says no. She says no, demon. Oh, okay. I'll let her know, Purple Mermaid. Give me a second. Uh, there you go. There you go, Purple Mermaid. Sorry, Brooke. It included ketchup packets and nuggy sauce. No problem, Purple Mermaid. It's a pretty shitty situation you're in, for sure. So I did not poop in the litter box. George Clooney once pooped in a litter box. George Clooney once took a shit in a friend's litter box, in a friend's cat's litter box. So yeah, apparently there was one time George Clooney was visiting a friend. He was staying with a friend for a few days, and um, he decided to play a prank on his friend. Every morning, he would get up before his friend and clean out the cat's litter box, scoop out the litter box. And then, so it looked like the cat wasn't going to so it looked like the cat wasn't pooping. And then on the last day that Clooney was visiting, he took a shit in the cat's litter box. They're putting litter box in school. Cool. Hey, Sierra. So yeah, he's made it look. So yeah, he made it look like the cat hadn't pooped in a few days, and then as though the cat had taken a giant shit, which is a prank that is both gross and also amazing. Yeah, apparently he is. Apparently he is, Janine. Apparently he is. Like, just loves playing pranks on his friends. I'm gonna say marry AOC. I guess fuck Harris and holy hell, kill Pelosi. Be nice if a mobile vet came over. Yeah, we do need to get that. We do need to do that soon. You hate Hollywood cookie jar? Demon. My parents are both still alive. Both live in Canada, but my mom is the only one I keep in contact with. Hey, Hankster. Yeah, Nancy Pelosi is just terrible. Moms are awesome. Many of them are demon rats. A lot of them are. Mine is. I've got a great mom. Like, my mom is really cool. Everybody likes her. Ice cream interview. Who, Pelosi? Pelosi? Trying to be weird. Yeah. The thing is, Janine, she is establishment. Hey, Chantel? Yeah, Chantel's at home. Oh, is my mom at a home? No, my mom is not in a home. Sort of. My mom is in. It's sort of an old folks. It's an apartment complex specific to older people. So it's not that she's in a home as such. It's sort of assisted living. Yeah, Pelosi is just useless. Pelosi's useless. She is performative. Sure, Janine, but a lot of her, like, she engages in a lot of sort of performative politics. Term limits? I'm conflicted on term limits. I understand the appeal, but there's also I don't know that term limits would actually solve anything. I'm skeptical of how much term limits would actually solve any of the problems. Situation, pretty much played Trump. She never played Trump. At no point did Pelosi ever actually play Trump. She was fucking useless the entire time Trump was president. I can believe it, Elaine. Exact thrifty. Status quo is all that matters to her. Like, Pelosi just spent a few weeks campaigning for an anti choice, pro gun Democrat. Like, she campaigned for somebody who was totally in favor of Roe v. Wade being overturned. Like, that's who Pelosi is, because he was an establishment Democrat. She campaigned for that guy because he was an establishment Democrat. Flop era. Uh, I'm skeptical that conservatives can win the popular vote in Canada. Uh, More likely, they can win minority government. What could she do? She could have fought. Can I jump out of my window to escape? I think I. Actually, no, no, I can't. No, I would not be able to jump out. I would hurt myself too bad. But yeah, like, she is the establishment. She is not on the side of the American people. She is not on the side of labor. She is on the side of the establishment. So yeah, Pelosi sucks. It's all just fucking. She fucking loves her performative bullshit, her performative politics, far more than she likes actually fucking accomplishing things. I mean, there's a few reasons, Hankster. For one thing, the reality is American politics are just more interesting than Canadian politics. Hold on. Give me a second here. What was the expression? There was. Yeah, so there was there's an old joke about the most boring headline being worthwhile Canadian initiative. But that's not what I mean, Janine. Like, what I talk about is like when Trump was doing his State of the Address one year, and Pelosi was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Or whenever she fucking takes a knee, like she takes a knee for Black Lives Matter, and then fucking does nothing to actually help Black communities. Like, she just genuinely sucks. I was asked about the X. You were asking about X-Men situation. Galactus is not an X-Man. Yeah, she's all talk, but she never walks the walk. Compare her to like Roe v. Wade. What is Pelosi's plan in regards to abortion rights? Like, what is the plan that Pelosi has in place? Does she have one? Has she expressed any actual plan beyond vote harder, vote harder? Like, her plan for anything is vote. And it's like, you are the fucking Speaker of the House. People fucking voted for you, Nancy. But she doesn't, but she still thinks that vote is the solution. Okay. Good night, Exa. Like, she has no actual battle plan. Nah, she gives to the corporations, Janine. She's bought and paid for. Like, she absolutely is bought and paid for by the corporations. She'll give them whatever they want. No question. But like Meg, Ocasio-Cortez and Ilhan Omar, there and other genuinely progressive Democrats are putting forward suggestions. Legitimately progressive Democrats are putting forward plans. They're suggesting ideas for what to do. And Pelosi just says vote. Beyond that, hey Irishman. Like 2008, 2009. Democrats had the White House, the House, and the Senate. they could have passed a bill that would have codified abortion rights. Democrats could have done that. Pelosi could have put forward a bill that would codify abortion rights. Obama could have pushed for it. The Democrats could have pushed for it. They fucking didn't. Because at the end of the day, they don't actually care. They don't actually want to fight for things. And like right now, abolish the filibuster. Get rid of the filibuster. The Democrats could get rid of the filibuster, right? Could get rid of the filibuster tomorrow. They won't, because that would mean actually doing something. And the Democrats don't like actually doing things. Then force Manchin to go on record as opposing abortion rights. Put forward the vote, and like all those people, like all those assholes who would vote against it, force them to go on record, as opposing abortion rights. Force Manchin to say, I do not think abortion rights are worth preserving. Force him to actually fucking say that. Force Susan fucking Collins to say that she doesn't think that voting rights are actually worth voting, or that abortion rights are actually worth voting for. Do it on every issue. Do it on every single fucking issue. Do it on fucking voting rights. Do it on environmentalism. Do it on everything. Every single thing. Force them to vote. Force them to say, I don't think this is worth supporting. Food's here. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yeah. If the Democrats had guts, if the Democrats had any fight in them, then they would be putting forward all sorts of bills right now. They would be putting forward a bill to legalize abortion. They would just be putting that bill forward. They would be putting forward a bill to protect same-sex marriage. I was really hungry, Irishman. Nah, no sauce. Yeah, like I am pro-choice. Yes, peaches. Yeah, Clarence Thomas indicated that he would be willing to overturn Obergefell. The purpose situation is to get the other side on file voting against something that is popular. Because abortion rights are popular. Like abortion rights are a popular thing. So you get the other side on record opposing abortion. You get them on file opposing same-sex marriage. Put forward a bill tomorrow declaring that same-sex marriage is legal. Like legalizing same-sex marriage across the country. Yeah. The Supreme Court legalized same-sex marriage. Put forward the bill that says it is not just a Supreme Court decision, it is the law of the land. If Republicans filibuster it, then you campaign on the fact that they are opposing same-sex marriage, which is popular. Same-sex marriage is a popular thing. That's pretty shitty, Irishman. But it's also something situation. It's something other than give us fucking money. The Democratic strategy right now is give us money. That's it. That is the entire extent of their strategy. That is all they are doing. Not often, Bree. Less than I should. The Democrats don't fight. They have no fight in them. Sure situation, and they do that by not fucking doing anything. They win votes. Like their strategy to get votes is we're not that guy. We're not that side. Their entire election strategy is at least we're not the Republicans, which is a shitty ass strategy. Like that is your great fucking campaign slogan. We're not Republicans. What is your actual fucking plan? Like genuinely, what is the actual plan? The Supreme Court is invalid right now. Stack the court. Yeah. There's actually nothing saying that the Supreme Court has to be 9 justices. Like, there's no law saying the Supreme Court has to stay at 9 justices. So, expand the court. Add 4 seats to the court. Except that the Democrats don't want to do that. Because again, the Democrats don't want to fucking fight. Not really fair. It's not fair that 5 justices who were nominated by somebody who lost the popular vote get to decide the law of the land. It's an illegitimate court at this point. Which is why there's no trust in the Supreme Court anymore. Yep, he did. Because the Republicans will fight. And that's a bullshit. That's a bullshit attitude, Cookie Jam. Trump added 3. Trump added 3 justices. And then, yeah. It's bullshit that you don't want the country run by the person who wins the most votes. That's the issue I have with the Electoral College. It means that you don't need to win the most votes to be president. You just need to win the right votes. And that's bullshit. That is bullshit, 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 bullshit. Exactly, Therese. Also, abolish gerrymandering. Situation. Since 1988, there has been one single election where the Republican candidate has won the popular vote. Once in 7 election cycles. No, 8. Hold on. 92, 96, 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, 2016, 2020. Out of the past 8 election cycles, Republican won the popular vote once. One time out of 8 election cycles. Abolish the Electoral College. ban gerrymandering. Just ban that practice entirely. Just a complete end to the practice of gerrymandering. That shit needs to end. Gerrymandering is an absolute assault on democracy. It is an insult to democracy. Thrifty Meg? My feeling is if you want to have power, you need to convince the most people that you have the right plan. No, it's not, yes, sir. The Electoral College is not essential. One person, one vote. One person, one vote. You want to be president? You need to convince the larger number of people that you have the right plan. That is what democracy is. That's what happens if you get rid of the Electoral College. It means that the president needs to be the person who convinces the majority of the country that they have the right plan. If you cannot convince the majority of the country that you have the right plan, then why the fuck do you get to be the one in charge? You damn sure aren't, Cookie Jam. And like I said, gerrymandering especially. Get the fuck rid of that shit. Like, gerrymandering is just a horrific practice. It is mind-boggling that shit is allowed to continue. Like, it's just, it's ridiculous that gerrymandering is allowed to happen. Because it is anti-democratic. Gerrymandering is anti-democratic. Rather than voters choosing their representatives, gerrymandering allows representatives to choose their voters. Exactly, Janine. Like, the voting congressional districts make no fucking sense. End that shit. End it now. And by the way, Democrats need to actually be fighting on that. That is another thing that Democrats need to start fighting on. Like, they need to actually just start declaring gerrymandering is a legitimate threat to democratic practices and needs to be banned. And then if Republicans want to want to keep gerrymandering going, let them explain why gerrymandering is a good thing. Let's see their justification for why gerrymandering is a good and honest and not the least bit corrupt practice. Because there's no defense of gerrymandering. Like, there's literally no good defense of it. Peaches, did you see Sarah Huckabee Sanders? Sarah Huckabee Sanders declaring that children would be as safe in the womb as they are in schools. Like, it's fucking beyond satire. Sure, situation. But Democrats can actually start fighting it. Democrats should make it an issue. Hardly, Caitlin. Yeah, turn teachers into fucking soldiers. Fuck that noise. Like, that's a ridiculous solution. Nope. Also wouldn't work, Caitlin. Believe it or not, that also wouldn't work because we've seen that police don't actually do much to stop school shootings. The police force in Uvalde account for nearly 40% of the city's budget. How long did it take them to go into the school? Something like 37% of the city budget, and it took them an hour to go in to try to protect the kids. And I mean, they did more to stop the parents than they did to stop the shooter. Turning schools into prisons is a shitty ass solution. What happens when you turn schools into prison is you turn students into prisoners. We know this. This is like we know this because that's what has consistently happened. Anytime a school has brought in police, it's resulted in kids basically being criminalized. It's not actually a solution. What you do is get rid of the fucking guns. Like, the actual solution is get rid of the guns. A kid had what, an AR-15? Legally purchased AR-15. Get rid of those guns. What I'm saying, Irishman, is that when police are in the school, they make crimes. I do. The AR is the manufacturer. I don't remember the name of the manufacturer, but it's basically short for the manufacturer. Elaine, by your reasoning, by your reasoning, Elaine, countries without guns would have significant numbers of mass stabbings, but we don't. There are stabbings, of course. Stabbings still occur, sure, but it's hard to find incidents of four or more people dying in a stabbing incident. Can't kill multiple people per minute with knives. Yeah. Like, but how many people are dying in these stabbings, Elaine? Do you have situations where 18 kids killed in a mass stabbing event? Is that, have you ever heard of that happening? I mean, I can't think of any incidents where 18 kids have been killed in a mass stabbing event. Just have sporks. Sure. Right, Peaches. It's a lot easier to stop someone who has a fucking knife. Don't ban knives, ban automatic knives. Right. No one's actually argued for a ban on hunting rifles, for example. Like, Canada has guns. Canada's a country that has guns. We have hunting rifles. We've got a lot of hunting rifles. Yeah, we're a big hunting country. Canada's a big hunting country, so we've got a lot of hunting rifles. What we don't have is a large number of mass shootings with high numbers of fatalities. So, like, this ridiculous idea that, oh, they'll just switch to another type of weapon. Those weapons will not be as effective at killing large numbers of people in a short period of time. Like, that's the thing. Other weapons that you can name will not be as effective as a fucking gun. Guns are just more effective at killing a lot of people in a short time. Like, that's just reality. You can't drive a gun into or you can't drive a car into a fucking church. Like, it's harder to drive a car into a church. Bombs? But you don't get a lot of mass bombings. Like, it's just, the US is the only country that has the high level of gun violence that it does. But I mean, it's a start, yes, sir. And again, this again gets to the problem when discussing anything to do with politics. The perfect is the enemy of the good. All of you want the perfect to be the enemy of the good. If a solution isn't absolutely 100% absolutely perfect, flawless, guaranteed to solve the problem forever and ever with absolutely no possible issues, then it's not worth doing. A solution is only worth implementing if it is completely, totally flawless and perfect and will solve the solution forever and ever and ever. You let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Yep. Will banning specific types of guns make the issue? Will banning specific types of guns completely end shootings? No, of course not. But it's a fucking start. Like you fucking start somewhere. Like it's this ridiculous idea where if a solution isn't completely perfect, it's not worth implementing. You fucking start somewhere. For fuck's sake. Like, you do fucking something. You do something. Something is better than the fucking nothing that you people fucking want. The solution of your people is fucking nothing. Fuck all, not a single fucking thing. Just keep it absolutely, completely as it is. And just hope that something fucking changes. Do fucking something. What do I mean by you people? I mean the people arguing against gun control. That's not gonna fucking work. That's not gonna do a goddamn thing, yes, sir. Except lead to kids finding the guns and fucking killing somebody by accident. You know what happens when you put guns in schools? Either the teacher leaves the gun in an unlocked drawer where a kid stumbles on it and accidentally fucking shoots somebody, or the teacher locks the gun away in a drawer where they can't fucking get to it when the shooting starts. Those are the actual two solutions. Like, those are the actual two options. No, it doesn't, Ratatouille. We know that doesn't actually make a difference. We know that actually makes schools less safe. There are actual, we have statistics to show that armed guards at schools make schools less safe. And we also have evidence. We have evidence from every country, every developed country, literally every single developed country. We have evidence from every single one of them that removing assault-style weapons, whatever you fucking want to call them, that removing those specific types of guns we know it works. We know it works. It's worked in Canada. It's worked in Australia. It's worked in the UK. It's worked in France. It's worked in Germany. It's worked in Norway, Finland, Sweden, Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece. It's worked everywhere it's been tried. And it's worked in the US. When the assault rifle ban was passed in the 90s, mass shootings went down. When that ban ended in Obama's, or under Bush's term, mass shootings went back up. Assault rifle ban worked everywhere, including the US. It works everywhere. It works, it works, it works, it works. It is proven to work. It works everywhere that has tried it. Every single country that has tried that solution, it has worked. All of them. Every time. Every single fucking time. Every fucking time. Every single goddamn time. It worked. There is nowhere, no country that didn't see a reduction in mass shootings when banning assault rifles. All of them. Every time. All of them. Every time. Without fail. Lizzie, you realize these morons are all trolls trying to rile you up. Don't let them do it. They aren't worth it. Every single country that has banned assault rifles has seen a reduction in mass shootings as a result. We know it. We know it works. We know what works. And yet, you just say no. Yes, it did. Yes, sir. Oh, I'm quite familiar. I'm quite aware that Americans won't give up their guns. I'm aware that the gun control debate is basically over and done with in the US. Guns won. The gun manufacturers have won the gun control debate. Because they don't care. Gun manufacturers don't care. The NRA doesn't care. All the politicians that are bought out by the NRA, they don't fucking care. All the people who support doing fuck all on guns, they don't care. None of them. None of them give a single wet hot shit about the people dying. They don't care about people dying. It makes no difference. 20 kids killed in a mass, 20 kids killed, they don't fucking care. Mass shooting happens, they don't care. They really don't. They don't give a single wet hot shit about people dying from gun violence. In fact, guns have more rights than I do now. Yeah. And in fact, you know what the NRA thinks whenever a mass shooting occurs? They think, well, this is going to be great for gun sales. They actually, they love mass shootings because mass shootings are actually really good for gun sales. As idiotic as it is, mass shootings tend to actually be good for gun sales. So as far as the NRA is concerned, mass shootings are great. They love mass shootings. They love them. Mass shootings are phenomenal to them. Because it's going to mean more money for the gun manufacturers. And that's the only thing. That is literally the only fucking thing that the NRA cares about. They don't actually care about gun owners. No, they don't give a single wet hot shit about gun owners. They don't care about the gun owners. Gun owners are just completely irrelevant as far as the NRA concerns. They care about the manufacturers. They care about the profits of the gun manufacturers, which means that they actually are totally okay with mass shootings occurring because those mass shootings boost gun sales. They're actually like they love mass shootings. The NRA loves mass shootings. They support mass shootings. Wayne LaPierre supports mass shootings. I'm going to say that right now. Wayne LaPierre supports mass shootings. Wayne LaPierre supports kids getting gunned down. Wayne LaPierre likes when kids die, when kids get shot. They absolutely do, Dahmer. The NRA absolutely supports it. Wayne LaPierre is the head of the NRA, the president of the NRA currently. Yeah, Peaches. Like an entire generation of kids have been raised on the fear of being shot at school. Defamation? I don't fucking care. I stand by my thought. Wayne LaPierre likes when kids get shot to death because Wayne LaPierre sees a dead kid and thinks that's going to make money for Smith and Wesson or whoever. Then he can fucking sue me. Wayne LaPierre looks at a murdered kid and sees dollar signs. No, Shaken. They spend a lot of money lobbying. They do a lot of lobbying, Shaken. They spend a lot of money lobbying. All right, Ratatouille. You mean her platform of getting rid of guns to protect kids in schools? That propaganda, that platform? Sudden rain. Hey, toilet bowl. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, at this point, the NRA has won it. They won the pro gun. The pro murder lobby has won the debate. Nothing can get done. Like, there's no action that can be done on gun control at this point. As soon as they saw, as soon as Sandy Hook happened, when Sandy Hook happened and Republicans still refused even the tiniest action on gun control, it became obvious that the guns won. The NRA, the gun manu conservatives, they won. They won the debate. Sozy, I'm just some random jackass, Sozy. Like nothing. I mean, they just passed. Like they passed a. Like I know they just passed sort of a small bill, but no, I would not, Susan. I have no real interest in owning in gun ownership. Suicide is definitely a big problem, Brian. Um, if I'm not mistaken, I think suicide actually does, like, I think suicide does actually count for a larger number of gun-related deaths than murder, than homicide. So suicide is definitely a big problem as well, for sure. And that's something that needs to be, there needs to be a huge increase in funding for mental health resources. Suicide murder. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And those are usually pistols, unfortunately. So, but again, Republicans don't actually have any real interest in increased funding for mental health resources. Um, I know there's a difference in gun rates or suicide rates. Curious now how Canada rates. World Population Review. Hey, go away, pop-up. No, go away, pop-ups. Go away. Stupid pop-ups. So US, suicide rate of 16.1. So I imagine Canada's probably somewhere around 11.8. So yeah, between Canada and US, US has a suicide rate of 16.8. Canada is or 16. What did I say? 16 point something. I've already forgotten what I said. I forgot what I said, but US is 16 point something. Canada is 11.8. So there is a definitely a difference in suicide rates. I suspect two of the big things that make a difference are our healthcare, and we just don't have as many guns. I suspect that probably makes a difference. Not a huge difference. It's significant enough. And actually, there's probably a lot of reasons. Come to think of it, our healthcare system, not necessarily even mental health, because I'm not sure if Canada actually does much. Like, I'm not sure if Canada actually does that much more for mental health compared to the US. But the population difference is irrelevant. Weighting, we're talking about rates. The population difference doesn't actually matter when you're talking about rates, because you're talking about like per 100,000 people. So it's like it's adjusted for population already. But yeah, I think probably our healthcare system does make a difference in terms of suicide rates, and just general better safe social safety nets. like we just have a better, like Canada just has better social safety nets than the US. There's no denying that. We have better social safety nets, which I suspect means that fewer people who end up feeling as hopeless in Canada compared to the US. Because that does, yeah, that does matter. Exactly, Lizzie. Kind of, I mean, pretty much the same with Canada. Again, Brian, we're talking straight up rates. We're not talking hard numbers. We're talking the rates, which adjusts for population as it is already. When you're talking about the rate of something, then you are talking about then it's already adjusting for the for a population. You know, if you've got a suicide rate of 16 people per 100,000, then whether the population is 30 million or 350 million, it's still, you know, it still breaks down for every 100,000 of those people. Over here. I didn't check if it was, give me a second here. Yeah, per 100,000. So yeah. Yeah, the rates I was looking at were per 100,000. So yeah, I'm in favor of legalizing assisted suicide. Correct, Janine, yes. I haven't really been keeping up. I don't really pay much attention to the news, Andrea, to be honest. Who's Elliot Rogers? I never had an OnlyFans, Brooke. You're thinking Chantal. She's got her OnlyFans. And I think she's going to be doing some OnlyFans content over the next couple days. Oh, well. Incel means that I'm probably already going to disagree with them. I'm not doing an OnlyFans. Damn you people. I'm not doing an OnlyFans. Stop trying to get my. Stop trying to see my dick. Stop trying to see my dick, okay? I will not show you my dick. I mean, Elaine, bridges that have bridges that are regularly used for suicide do usually institute measures to reduce the suicides. Things like high rails and things like that. Or they'll sometimes have they'll sometimes station people on bridges to I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's. I know there are people who like patrol, who will patrol common suicide areas, uh, just to watch for anybody and to stop anybody who tries to commit suicide. I'm not sure if any of them are actually like, if any of them actually receive funding. Anyone know, like, I know San Francisco Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge. Like, I know the Golden Gate Bridge was always like a really popular suicide spot. Um, I know they put up rails to stop it. Did they like? Does anyone like put forward funding for people who patrol bridges like that? Because I know that there are some common suicide locations that people do patrol, and I think the ones that I've read about, I think they usually like are sort of volunteering to do that. Yeah, they should. Like there should be people who are paid to patrol common suicide areas. There's some prisons have netting between floors so they can't try to kill themselves. Yeah, so did an Apple factory in China, which tells you everything you need to know about Chinese Apple factories, right? They won't improve worker conditions. They'll just make it harder for the workers to kill themselves. Gotta love corporate priorities. Oh, she's up. She's back there. No, Brooke. Goddamn perverts. Yeah, exactly, Dandy. Or Danny. Exactly, Danny. And every corporation is the same. The bigger a company gets, the less interest they have in actually doing anything that'll benefit workers. It's funny. I was thinking last night about, yeah, Dan, like I was actually thinking last night about back when I used to work at Walmart and the Walmart cheer. Because like Walmart has people like whenever Walmart does like like floor a floor meeting, you got to do the Walmart cheer. And I mean, I never actually did the cheer. Um, I would like just move my mouth, just sort of pretend to do the cheer along. But I was thinking last night, and I really, really wish that I had just straight up refused. Like that I just like kept my mouth, like that I just crossed my arms, kept my mouth shut. Just like don't say anything about it, but just don't take part. I really wish that I'd done that. No, I wouldn't have Irishman. I would not have liked working there more. Because what I was thinking is they were not paying me for enthusiasm. I was not getting paid anywhere near enough for enthusiasm because I was part-time. So I got no medical benefits. I didn't get any medical benefits when I was working at Walmart. I got no paid leave working part-time at Walmart. I got jack shit. I got my hourly pay, and that was it. That was all I got, was my hourly pay. Walmart had no loyalty to me. Walmart did not have my back. No Irishman. They were paying for my labor. I was selling my labor. That's what they were paying for. They did not have my back. Why the fuck should I have any goddamn enthusiasm for a company that does not have my back, that does not actually support me? They do not support me. Why should I express the tiniest bit of enthusiasm? Why should I give them any more than the bare fucking minimum? If they're only giving me the bare fucking minimum that they are legally required to give, what incentive do I have to give them more than my bare fucking minimum? Exactly, Andrea. If they wanted me to do the cheer, they should have given me medical benefits. They should have given me medical coverage. You know? Back when I was working there, fuck that Irishman. Fuck that noise. I was selling my labor. That's all. We do, Danny, but Canadian OHIP doesn't cover everything. Breaks were 15 minutes. And then either a lunch for either 30 minutes or an hour, depending on how long the shift was. But why do the businesses, why do the employers, Irishmen, why do employers have absolutely no fucking, like, why are they not obligated? Why do employers have no obligation to give a shit about the employees? Where is the obligation of the employers to treat their employees with dignity and respect? Where is their obligation to support workers? One time when I was working there, I came down with strep throat. And strep throat fucking sucks. That shit sucks. Antibiotics were covered. Like I went to a clinic, strep throat. They gave me the antibiotics. That shit's covered by OHIP. The antibiotics were covered by OHIP. But strep throat hurts. Like it really hurts. And it's a constant pain. Every time you swallow, it burns. Strep throat is really painful. So when you get strep throat, in addition to the antibiotics to treat the underlying issue, they'll also prescribe this sort of milky drink, this milky concoction that you gargle with. That's there to soothe your pain, to help with the pain. That's not covered by OHIP, which sucks. So that's not covered by OHIP. As a part-time employer, or as a part-time employee, I did not have coverage that would include that. If I'd been full-time, if I were a full-time employee, then I would have had medical benefits. And those medical benefits would have covered the cost of that pain relief medication. They would have covered that concoction. Throat pain just kinda. It kinda is toilet bowl. It's very milky. So yeah, if I were full time, Walmart would have covered the cost of that particular uh, additional medication. But Walmart doesn't hire full time. At least the one I worked at didn't hire full time. They only did part time employees. Everyone, aside from a few people who've been working there for a long time, uh, who were full time, they didn't do full time. It was part time or nothing. That's it. They do that. They hire part time specifically, so that they won't be able, so that they do not have to give you any benefits. They don't have to give you any benefits. What I'm pointing out, Irishman, is that Walmart only hired me part time so that they would not have to give me benefits. Most weeks I would work pretty close to full-time hours. Not quite. I think like 35 hours, I believe, is the I could be wrong. I think 35 hours is the limit at which it starts being counted as full-time. I would usually work somewhere around 30 hours. 30, 32, 34. I would work 15 minutes shy. Like I would actually have weeks where my hours came out to literally 15 minutes shy of full time. 15 minutes less than what would be considered full time. No, I never caught anyone stealing, and I wouldn't have cared if they did. So yeah, they hired me part time and kept me pretty close to full time hours. Hey, Tammy, they did that so they wouldn't have to cover medical. That is the reason. They don't want to cover medical benefits because they don't care about their employees. They don't give a single shit about their employees. They don't care. Walmart, as far as Walmart is concerned, the employees are expenses. Employees are not, they want employees to see themselves as you're part of the Walmart family, where we're going to exploit the fuck out of you because we don't actually, because you're not family. They don't consider that you're family. Irishman, here's the thing, Irishman. If you ever see someone shoplifting, no, you didn't. At least, like, if you're at a Walmart and you see someone shoplifting, no, you didn't. They might, Cookie Jeff. But yeah, so then you're an asshole, Irishman. If you're stopping shoplifters, that's an asshole thing to do. No, they don't, Cookie Jam. Thing is, corporations actually factor in theft. Like when they're like they know that people are going to steal. So anyway, yeah. So I had strep throat. I had no medical benefit because Walmart refused to give me medical coverage. So my choices were to either suffer constant excruciating pain or pay $300 to have some relief. Because Walmart didn't have my back. Walmart never has the backs of their employees. Walmart does not have their workers' back. They don't. So why do I owe Why would I have owed Walmart my enthusiasm? Why would I? What reason would I possibly have to cheer my own exploitation? Exactly, Teresa. It was forcing me to work. I mean, they're the only place that hired. And I don't understand. I suppose the greeters are actually paid for enthusiasm. The the Walmart greeters, their job actually is enthusiasm. Like that is actually what they're paid for. But yeah, as a cashier, I wasn't paid for enthusiasm. I was paid to put shit through the cash. That was my job. That was what they paid me for. I sold them my labor. I agreed to the wages they I agreed to their wages in order to scan items. That was my job. If they wanted me, if they wanted me to be enthusiastic, they should have hired me full time, given me medical benefits, given me paid vacation. I was never rude to customers, Irishman. I mean, obviously, yep. There's a customer service there's a customer service element for sure. Be nice to the customers, absolutely. But the fucking Walmart cheer, I was not paid to cheer. Did be yeah, of course I did, because that is part of the job. The wrestlers need a union, absolutely. Everyone needs a union. I haven't shopped at Walmart and I suppose wish and tell. The only time I go to Walmart is wish and tell. Yeah. Walmart did not give me enough money to earn loyalty. Walmart did not. Oh, I don't remember the Walmart cheer. I'm sure you can find the Walmart cheer online, Heidi, if you want to see it. Pretty much, Lizzie. Yeah. A cheer is a sign of loyalty. Walmart had not a shred of loyalty to me. Why should I have given them any loyalty back? That's the thing that always gets me with not again. I actually thought Rogers was a good place to work. Fuck that, Irishman. They don't deserve your loyalty. I am Lady Assassin. I should get off soon. I'll get off in a couple more minutes. Yeah, like the vast majority of companies do not deserve your loyalty. The vast majority of employers do not deserve your loyalty. The Wendy's employee training videos from the 90s. I have not. Fuck that, Elaine. Fuck that, Elaine. They didn't care. They didn't care. Irishman, they don't actually care if you die. Like they legitimately don't actually care if you live or die. Your life means nothing to them. You are selling your labor. That's the thing you always have to remember. You are selling yourself to them. They're not buying you. You are selling your body. It is a business arrangement. If they're not doing anything to show you any actual loyalty, then you have no loyalty to them. You entered into agreement. You would do this, they would give you this much money. That's it. If they want more from you than that, then they should be offering you more. Capitalism has convinced us that we're useless, that we're worthless. Like, capitalism has convinced everybody that they ultimately have no real value. Capitalism really does make people believe that they don't have value. Because it teaches us that we're supposed to be grateful, that we're supposed to be totally fucking great, totally grateful and joyous at the magnanimity of these corporations for hiring us. Oh, thank you, Mr. Big CEO. Thank you so much for giving me a job. Irishman, you're getting paid well, and you're getting vacation pay. Your employer is giving you enough to earn your loyalty. They are giving you shit that you need that will make your life better. There you go, Irishman. Why I kept changing jobs. You kept changing jobs. You went from one employer to another. You went with whichever employer, you went to the employer that you felt better earned your labor. But, you know, working as a part-time cashier at Walmart, I had no reason to be loyal to Walmart because Walmart was not loyal to me. I did the work that was required. I did the work. But I was never going to get full-time. Like, that's the thing. Walmart was never going to hire me full-time. They were never, ever, 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 ever going to give me more than what their equations said was the bare minimum that they needed to offer in order to remain competitive. Part-time workers are cheaper for Walmart. Exactly. They're cheaper. So they'll, rather than hire one full-time person, they'll hire 3 part-time people. Because that way they have 3 people that they don't have to give jack shit to. I have work ethic. But again, Walmart was never going to reward me. Walmart was never going to reward my loyalty. They didn't care about me. I was never going to get full time. I was never going to get medical coverage. I was never going to get paid vacation. I was never going to get a damn thing from Walmart because they had a vested interest in not offering that shit. Meanwhile, Rogers Rogers had really good medical benefits. They gave paid vacation time, and like right from the time you're hired, actually, like as soon as from the time you're hired, you get paid vacation time, and you get the medical benefits. Um, you get a certain amount of paid sick days at Rogers. Um, Rogers cares. Like Rogers makes an effort to do right by their employees. They make an offer, or they make an effort to. I was full time at Rogers because values Rogers tries to value its employees, so they hire people full time and offer those benefits and offer more benefits than are required. Rogers makes an effort. Irishman, you wouldn't have heard of it because it's a Canadian company. It's a Canadian telecommunications company. Uh, they pay above minimum wage, not a lot above, but you know, enough above. Um, dental coverage. Uh, they provide a certain amount of coverage that you can put into therapy or massages or things like that. Um, Rogers made a genuine effort to actually earn employees' loyalty. Rogers tried to care about its employees. So while I had issues, with some of Rogers' business decisions, and while I certainly would have preferred if the call center had been unionized, exactly, Janine. Rogers does try to treat employees with respect. Walmart doesn't. Walmart has no respect for employees. It views employees as an expense, pure and simple. Walmart employees are a necessary but unfortunate expense. And if they could get rid of them, if they could get rid of their employees, they would. If they could automate all the caches, they would do it in a heartbeat. Walmart doesn't care about the employees at all. They hate the employees. Walmart is contemptuous of its employees, to be frank. But yeah, what Rogers was a business that actually seemed to want to care. Rogers are robbers. I mean, like I said, I don't necessarily agree with all the decision with their business decisions, with their business policies. Menstrual pay, yep, absolutely. Menstrual pay should be covered. So No, Brooksy. Rogers. Telecommunication company founded by a guy named Ted Rogers. Where did I work at Chantal? I worked at a company called StarTech. When we were there, it was we took calls for AT&T Wireless, which then AT&T bought out Singular and decided to start using that as their wireless brand name. So we started going serving Singular Wireless, and then it went back to AT&T Mobility. Aaron, no, I never wanted to be a manager. So yeah, actually, Elaine, I'm quite satisfied not having menstrual cycles. Frankly, but I want to go. I did go to college. I wouldn't want to go back to college. I'm not a good. I'm honestly, I'm not a good student. In all honesty, like I am just not a good student. I'm not good at school. No, my program was library and information technician. Aaron, not really. Honestly, I found most of the customers were perfectly pleasant people. There's always a few assholes every day. Some days you really would just get a whole bunch of shit calls. But most of them were fine. Yes, Andrea, working around books would be my dream job. Yeah, like most customers are perfectly fine people. They're calling in obviously because they have a problem, but they recognize that problems happen. So they're not just immediately jumping down your throat. And most of them also realize you are not the cause of the problem. So, most of them recognize that you want to most recognize that you want to solve their problem. Most customers recognize that customer service representatives are there to solve their problems. Alexis, yes, I have thought about it. I have applied at bookstores. Haven't even gotten an interview. Lizzie, I love boobs too. Oh, you said books. I'm kidding. Hey, NASA Jen. Absolutely. So. There would be times where you start your introduction. Hi, thank you for calling, and they would just immediately jump down your throat. There were some. How many jobs? One, two, three, four. I had four jobs. Three of them in call centers. Make your own bookstore. Yeah, it's that's tough to do. Others, Elaine. My favorite holiday. Only holidays I've really been on were in Scotland. One of my worst calls. There was a time I'm pretty sure I overheard a domestic abuse situation. How many years in total? 10 years worth of customer service, plus 2 years at Walmart. Yeah, there was a call I got one time. I mean, there's a reason it stuck with me. woman called in. She was speaking pretty quietly. I don't remember what the issue was or anything, but problem with her phone or something like that. That's right, Andrea. And I was never going to get benefits. There were people working there longer than I was who were still part timers because they don't. Walmart made the decision to stop hiring full time, to not hire full time because then they don't want to pay benefits. Anyway, so yeah, I don't remember what the issue was, something with her phone or something like that. So she called in. We were, she was speaking quietly, which was kind of concerning to begin with. How old am I? I am 37 Irishman. I don't get Canadian government money, Tony. And yeah, I was trying to help with the issue. And then her husband, boyfriend or husband, uh, came home and yelled at her to demand who she was on the phone with. And, she was, oh, it's AT&T. And, she was trying to calm him down. And she sounded scared. And he just kept yelling at her. And she said she had to leave. She said she had to go and she hung up. So that's probably the worst call I ever had, just because of how it ended. Um, Truthfully, I rarely remember any. I pretty much any time. Like I would forget my call. Like I would always forget calls as soon as they were over. As soon as the call was done, boop, right out of my mind. I don't care anymore. Not I don't. It's not my problem anymore. I don't have to think about it. Actually, 16, I think, is the legal age to start working. I started working at 19. I did not Irishman. I don't think that I was. I don't think I could. Yeah, I started working at 19 when I graduated high school. Spent 7 years at StarTech, so up until 26. Um, that place closed down. That was a closure, so I lost my job there because of a closure. Took a year off. Yeah, I like nonfiction, Alexis. I like history books. Took a year off. My life just completely fell apart. So I took a year off to just do fuck all, to deal with the fact that my life had completely and totally collapsed all at once. Then I went to college for 2 years. Graduated that in 2014, and then went to Walmart for 2 years. Left that because I wasn't getting paid anywhere near enough to survive. I left like they cut my hours, so I was lucky to hit 20 hours a week at that point. So $500 a week, you can't survive on that shit. Especially because like my mom was thinking of selling the house. So left Walmart after 2 years, went to a place called Atelka, spent a year at Atelka. They closed down, and then I went to Rogers for 2 years. So when I was doing StarTech, that one was cell phones. So it was technical issues for just cell phone technical issues and billing issues. Why'd I quit Rogers? Uh, because I couldn't handle saying no to customers. Like I quit Rogers because I hit a point where saying no, I just couldn't handle it anymore. because people needed shit. People needed help, and I couldn't give them the help they deserved. I was not able to offer to provide the help that they really needed to reduce their bills, to improve their plans, to get them the TV channels that they actually fucking wanted. They have scripts, but even so. I mean, the phones were the phones were fine. The plans were the plans are what they are. Bell and Telus have the same plans. Right, Irishman, but the issue is like there were people who were out of work because of COVID. People like struggling to make ends meet. And I couldn't do anything to reduce their plans. I couldn't do anything to reduce how much they were making or that they were having to pay. I couldn't do anything to actually improve anything. And I really just hit a point where it was like, I can't do this anymore. It was too much for me. It was, oh, always, Leah. Upselling was always something they wanted you to do, which I was always bad at. See, I hit a point where just the thought of going on the phones and telling customers, sorry, nothing I can do about this bill. Sorry, nothing I can, you've already got the best plan available. Nothing we can do to reduce your plan. The thought of doing that made me not want to get out of bed. I couldn't get out of bed because of it. I was just too stressed out. It was too stressful for me. Having to hear people's sob stories and not be able to actually do anything for them. Like, because they come on the phone, like they'd be talking about, COVID means that, they can't. I was never actually at telco. Elaine, I wasn't at telco. I worked at I worked for a business called Telca. It was a third party call center. The particular center I worked at, we took customer service calls for Canada Post. I worked during COVID for the first year of it. Yeah, for the first year of COVID, I was delivering mail. Oh, okay, Elaine. Okay, sorry, but yeah, it's policies and sales. Yeah, it's tough, and I just couldn't. I couldn't keep hearing. I mean, the thing is, Ashwin, I could usually tell if the sob story was bullshit. Like there were absolutely times where a customer would go on a sob story and I would just be doing this. Like that was absolutely a thing where it's like where they'd be talking about oh, my husband's dead and my son's in prison and my dog ran away and I'd just be going like, yeah, sure, lady, sure. Obviously that happened. But there were also times where like you could tell that the customer was genuinely distraught, where the customer was genuinely freaking out at the situation that they were in. Because they've been out of work for they've been out of work for a year. They hadn't been able to work for a year. And money was getting tight, and they were having to start choosing between their phone and their food. And there was just nothing I could do to actually save them money. And like, you need a phone, you need the internet. You can't live without those things in today's society. Then I couldn't do anything to make it better. I couldn't do anything to actually improve, to actually help them. There were times where, like, if I could offer a month free service, if I could just say, you know what? Don't worry about your bill this month. We're just going to take care of your bill this month. If that was something I had the power to do, I would have had people weeping with gratitude. And that would have made it so much easier. But it's not something you can do. Yes, Irishman. There were both. Anyway, this has hit 5 hours. My lives are usually 2 hours. And this is about to hit 5. So I'm actually going to end the live now. This has already gone on way longer than I intended. So I'm going to get off now. I honestly don't remember Irishman. Like, I didn't really pay much attention to the numbers when it happened because I had a job. What do I care? I had a job where I could work from home, so I was fine. But but I didn't. But especially, I mean, it's a while. Yeah, no memory. But anyway, so yeah, thanks for watching. And new Mass Effect tomorrow. New Mass Effect episode tomorrow. Check that out. But for now, good night, everybody.